Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey there, hi there, ho there. This is Ralph Hayes Jr., RH Jr. Reality Check, coming to you live over the internet through a series of tubes known as the boob tube called YouTube, bringing you another broadcast of my waste of internet space. A little thing I like to call Spleen Squeezins. Now, this new let me just say here, I've got this new I'm using the new YouTube uh, setup thingamajiggy. I don't know what to call it. They call it the YouTube Studio for broadcasting live streams, but there is one thing it could use: a sound bar. The little bar meters that go up and down with the sound, so that you don't have to turn on the sound to tell how the sound is doing, because then you get feedback and you get the echo effect and you get all that other stuff. Just a little bar to indicate, yes, the sound is going out, so that you don't have to worry about it. I've tried to work with the audio, with the sound effect, listening to my own voice going out and being broadcast. But the way it does, even with zero delay, there's still a little bit of delay, and it's like listening to your voice echo. Only 1,000 times worse, because it keeps throwing you off. It throws you off when you're talking. It's really annoying. Now, I don't know. I don't know if this thing automatically tells everyone, but random thingamajiggy. We got Eli and T-Mug. Hey, Eli and T-Mug. I don't know if this thing is telling everybody else that we're live on the air. Go and tell all your friends. Just send them out there. Say hi. Hey, guess what? That exciting new show about Ralph Hayes is on again. We're listening. It's so exciting. You want to tune into it right now. Thank you, and I'm sorry for giving you that very stupid sounding voice in retelling this. Uh, okay, not normal. Just not normal. Okay, new alert at sufficient velocity. Okay, I've got a new follower at sufficient velocity. Just get people are finding my fan fictions and following me. Now, all you out there, those of you who are following my fan fictions and stories and stuff, you know what would be really, really, really cool of you? If once in a while, if you threw $1 in the hat, because quite frankly, getting people to my website is my living. It's my life. It is my income. This is the reason I'm applying for disability through Social Security. Because it's really the only income I can earn right now. Because basically I'm pretty much a medical shut-in, due to my I have many issues. I don't have issues. I have subscriptions. I have more issues than TV Guide. But if y'all are watching, yeah, I really got. Maybe I should put an announcement on there. It's I'm trying to figure out where is there an address here? Is this my channel? I think I'll put a notice on. I do not know why I'm not doing this. I do not know why I'm not doing this before, but I think I should do it now. I don't know what. Okay, what's things? Okay, I am going to. I'm going. I didn't know what it is. It's a sufficient velocity. I host my website on three different. I host my fan fictions on three different locations. This way I have backup. Archive of Our Own, which is also known by the abbreviation AO3. Sufficient velocity. I like sufficient velocity uh, primarily because of the joke in the name. It's an old joke, it was a sufficient velocity is a spin-off of spacebattles.com. Space Battles started out as a forum where people argued back and forth about how, would the Enterprise beat the Millennium Falcon, that kind of stuff. And some guy some physicist, it was some engineer or physics student came up with a saying that became the title. He said, how many X-wings would it take to defeat the Enterprise, or to defeat V'ger, or to defeat the. He said, no matter what the battle is, the answer is all the same. Is always the same. By the laws of physics, the answer is always the same. How many ships would it take? One at sufficient velocity. If you understand anything about physics, you'll get that joke. Yay! Give yourself a gold star and stick it to your forehead. But let's see here. I'm going to put an announcement here. That I have a live stream. Signature. Let's see. I'm putting a little live stream notice here. It's a font family. Did a link? Okay. My dad used to say this all the time. Is when he was when he's preaching, he'd say, he when he was preaching or when he was teaching a Bible lesson. I really never saw the difference, except that he was more open to questions during a class than a sermon. But he'd say, he'd finish reading some section or making a point or something. He'd say, any questions, comments, complaints, shoe throwing. Yeah. Back in the day, yo. I talked to my dad. I tried to talk him into getting a live stream set up for for the church, so that shut-ins could attend. So they could watch. If they couldn't be there in person, they could at least, log on and watch and listen to the sermon and the service live. They said, but then we'd have to get an internet account for the church, and they'd probably open a big old can of worms. So, okay, it's the 21st century, and I hate to break it to him, but most of the boomer generation most of his church was already pretty gray-haired. Well, every church. That's unfair. I'll get to that in just a second. Let me post this here first. There we go. He liked to talk, a lot of preachers like to talk about the church is aging and there are fewer and fewer young people coming to church. And, well, that's probably true. That's probably true to an extent. There's always the worry that the next generation, fewer and fewer people are coming to church. And I've noticed it a lot. We take it for granted back in the day, that the whole family would show up and everything. But also, he might, it occurs to me just now, of all times, when he talks about, the church, how the church is dwindling away, and the church, cue the sermon on Revelations and the rapture, and but I think a lot of them forget, maybe a little conveniently forget, the boomer generation. Because population, we had this big, the baby boom, a huge surge in population, followed by what is now a decline. We've reached a point where where our children, we're not having enough children, to replace our population. The only reason that our population is increasing in America is because we have so much immigration. And you look at that, and and there's a population decline all over the world, especially in the particularly in the Western civilized portions of the world. The birth replacement rate, the birth and death rates are out of whack. We're having we're having fewer babies come in than old people are going out. And so, yeah, the church is becoming more and more gray-haired over time because there are fewer kids being born. Might have a little bit to do with it. Just saying. Ironically, it's yeah. So maybe it's not necessarily the end times. Just yet. Just saying. For good or ill, Christ will return when he returns. But people tend to jump at all sorts of things. When Hitler rose to power, everybody was convinced that this was a sign of the end times. And people have a terrible tendency to go around looking for signs, and missing the great big old red stop sign that smacks them in the forehead. This generation is continually looking for a sign, etc. I have no place preaching a sermon. I literally have not been to church in years. And my personal spiritual condition is, a hot mess, dumpster fire kind of thing. So, but just noticing a few things, just saying. Okay. Okay, now I've changed my sufficient space battles, my sufficient velocity signature, and now I'm going to space battles. One of the things that led me to space battles is that there's one section in space battles where I don't know if he's an engineer or a physics student or what, but he settles the Star Wars versus Star Trek issue. Basically, he takes the canonical information, but he takes the information from the books and the movies and the TV shows and everything, and does a side by side comparison, does the math. And basically says if we're going to going to put Star Wars and Star Trek into the same universe, we're going to assume that both of them are accurate about documenting what their ships are able to do. That both movie and TV series that are canonical, so on and so forth. Basically, he broke it down. Star Trek, by the numbers, is a weak sister. The Star Wars Republic and or Empire would swallow, would just take out the Federation without even burping. And to prove the point, he runs down all the information on, for instance, the Enterprise, the ship, versus Boba Fett's little personal ship, the Slave One. First, he compares it by what's in the books, in the in the documented information they have for the fan geeks. Going by how powerful their main weapons are, what kind of weapons they are, how much energy in joules they can take. They have all that. In these books, in these Star Wars and Star Trek extra books and stuff. And basically put the Slave One outguns the Enterprise by at least a couple of orders of magnitude. And ignoring the books, ignoring the extended universe, ignoring all the canonical official official Star Wars Space Fleet documents, ignoring all that and just going by what you see in the movies, still same story. The Enterprise, even the most advanced model from the next generation, weak sister compared to the Slave One. The Slave One, in one of the movies, literally blasts its way through an asteroid belt, whereas the Enterprise doesn't and can't. Just to put it mildly, and it's just simply put, the star, everything Star Wars has, whether you go by what's on the movie screen or what's in the official fan documentation, the books and the Wikipedias and all this other stuff. Let's put it this way: it'd be like the comparison is akin to comparing the naval fleet of a small third world country versus a banana republic versus the United States Navy. It's that disparate a difference. And anyway, the site goes on and it runs down the documentation and runs down all the counter arguments. Oh well, they have transporter beams, and he goes but, and then he lists all the problems with the transporter system, the fact that and all the canonical limitations of the transporter system, just to start off with the range, and it's basically transporters, sort of the 8-track tape of futuristic technology. It's a dead end, and Federation Starfleet has phasers, while the Star Wars, they have lasers. And okay, he points out, they're called lasers, but according to the documentation, that's not what they are. They fire plasma bolts, not light beams, just for starters. Second of all, it doesn't matter whether they're lasers, whether they're light beams or phasers. Phasers is just a word they made up to make it sound cool. But according to the official Word of God documentation, the energy output of a phaser versus a blaster, no. The turbo lasers on the Phase 1, on Slave 1, Boba Fett ship, Basically, again, they put out the energy is measured out in gigawatts, and it outclasses the Starfleet phasers. The Starfleet phasers put out several kilowatt. Well, again, a couple of orders of magnitude at least in difference. And third, just because something's called a laser doesn't mean it is a laser. Same as you notice that they run around in most science fiction, including Star Trek, when they run around with the big phasers, in their hands, instead of the little pistol ones, they call those rifles. Etymology for you. The word rifle, the reason a gun is called a rifle in real life is because it has a rifled barrel. Rifles were a fairly recent invention. The idea is that the barrel has grooves cut in it that makes the bullet rotate as it comes down the barrel of the gun. So it comes out and uses gyroscopic forces to make it fly in a straight line and go further. Needless to say, an energy weapon does not have rifling. So are we to assume that these Starfleet phaser rifles actually shoot pellets? No. Just because it's called a rifle, a phaser, or a turbo laser, it doesn't. It's a matter of terminology and etymology. And again, it doesn't matter what comes out of the end of the barrel. In the terms of physics, it does not matter what comes out of the end of the barrel. What matters is the amount of energy imbued into whatever comes out the end of the barrel. And Star Wars wins the my magic imaginary gun is bigger than yours contest hands down before there was any comparison. Simply put, the raw power of the first Death Star basically knocks everything off the map. It makes physics teachers go and sit in a corner and cry, but there you have it. Anyway, now that I've rattled on with this ridiculous stuff for forever. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to add stuff to again. I'm trying to add a signal, let people know. Hey, guess what? Everybody goes, what? I say, I've got I'm letting everybody on Space Battles and on Sufficient Velocity know that I have a live stream. And maybe some of them will stop by. Please stop by. Because maybe I'll eventually get enough people stopping by that I'll actually start making ad revenue. Until they come up with some arbitrary reason to take it away, and then I'll just be passing the hat, as always. Please come and listen to my live stream. Please. And, okay. And throw money. I have a on my homepage on my YouTube page. On my YouTube page, I have a little button. If you look up there at the top of the YouTube page, there's a little PayPal donation button in the banner. You can click on that and go, I'll send him a nickel. I'll be like, yay, a nickel, shiny. Send me the shiny nickels. Oh, for those of you who are looking at my homepage and looking at that picture, that's actually a font. What the little green goopy alien is saying is "What's up?" It's a font called Lovecraftian Diary. It's very nifty. Look it up online. It's cool. You too can have it on your website. I still have Discord installed. No, I don't. No, actually, no. I'm not sure if I install. No, wait a minute. Discord? Do I have Discord installed? Do I have Discord installed? Yes, I do have Discord installed. I have no idea how to use Discord. I don't know how to set up a Discord channel. I don't know how I would how would my YouTube channel and a Discord channel work together at the same time? I have no idea. I do not know these things. Oh, I was just getting used to using YouTube. You sons of guns out there, come on, hold still. Hold still, darn it. It took me years to figure out it took me years to get a IRC channel set up, and then everybody stopped going to it. Why do you do that? And I've still got IRC on my computer. It's sitting there just taking up space because I go to the channel. There are people still logged in there that have been logged in there since 2014, and they haven't logged out yet. But nobody said anything in literal years. What the hell is wrong with people? And everybody stopped going there, and everybody started, so I went to YouTube to start trying to get it on. So I've gone to Facebook. I've got a Facebook channel. Not a Facebook channel, a Facebook page, and I'm all over. It's like trying to. It's like trying to. Like trying to scoop marbles on a tile floor into a pile with a rake. It's worse than trying to herd cats. If you turn on that was the invention of this. That's what the laser pointer was invented for herding cats. Just beep, and every cat within 20 miles straight to that little dot. But you try and get some, fans, just flitting off to the left and flitting off to the right, and they say, "Why don't you keep in touch with us? Why don't you keep us informed?" And I'm like, "I can't find you." I have an IRC channel. I have a YouTube channel. I have two different Facebook pages. One is personal. One is supposed to be for more of my comics and art stuff. I've got a Patreon page. I've got a Ko-Fi page, a coffee page. Do you pronounce it Ko-Fi or coffee? Because either way is going to cause trouble. I've got a home page, and I think I've got a Tumblr page somewhere that I haven't updated in years. But no matter what I do, and off you go, and then nobody. You need to reach out to the public and make contact with them. I make contact with them. They won't hold still. I'm like a blind man chasing an ant with a shoe. Boom, 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 boom. I'm going to go ahead and turn on plane 9, because this background is boring. It's freaking boring, man. It's boring. There we go. It's a little more interesting. I don't know why I'm like this. I ate half a bag of chocolate chips. That's half the reason, I think, right there. I have no caffeine in the house. Could one of you all drop me a $10 bill? You see, I've got food stamps. I've got an EBT card, and I've still got some money on it. And I can get myself some groceries delivered tomorrow if I get up early in the morning. Well, no, actually, I'd have to wait till Monday. Damn it. But anyway, if you could drop me a 10. Then sometime between, if in the hours of 9 o'clock to 10, at the hours of 8:30 to 10, I can put in an order at the local Warren's IGA, and that afternoon they'll deliver me some groceries. I'm kind of out of milk, and I'm low on bread. I think I got a couple loaves. I got a loaf. I got a frozen loaf in the freezer. You can do that. It's not really great bread after you thaw it out. It's kind of tricky. Get it, soft without being, mushy. But I'm also, I don't have, all the things everybody takes for granted, like Kool-Aid and soda. You know, my teeth are rotting out of my head, and I'm dreaming of Kool-Aid. So I really lost my taste for Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid, I don't know. It just doesn't have the, kick, the flavor kick it used to. I think they're going cheap on the flavors. Okay, I may be just old. May I chat with you all? I need your username and number. Well, the thing of it is that my phone runs through my internet. So, I think for now I'm not going to have people calling in because that causes complications, and I have no idea how they'll charge me for that. So, I'm going to stick to the live chat window. Yay. Okay, I don't know if this work. Is that working right? Is this working right? Uh, it's the display window isn't showing the. Okay, the background right now should be sort of a little sparkly web thing. It should look like a couple of spider webs having a fit, and now it's a glowing molten ball. Okay, okay, good. It started updating again on the YouTube Studio thingy is kind of unpredictable at this moment. I don't know what it's going to do next. There. Okay, you all got to see this. Check it out. Fursuiters riding a tank. That can only go well. And the music stopped again for no frickin' reason. Check it out, huh? There are some serious haters out there that are probably just losing their minds when they realize just how many furry fans and fursuiters are in the military. That's a really nice made fursuits there, too. I used to dream of having a fursuit of, like, Ben Bruin. I would have had it made. I would go on the extra mile. If I could have done that, I would have gone the extra mile. Had it made like Ben and the Bear in the Big Blue House, so that both the head and so that the head and one hand were both puppets. Manipulated like puppets from the inside. Sort of like Big Bird, and and I would have one of his posse as a puppet he would hold in his arm and manipulate. So well, I'd have to draw you a picture, I think. But oh, come on, computer, what is it? What is it doing? I guess my computer can't really handle the. I need a new computer. I need a new everything. But at the moment, I'm looking at my computer. I'm thinking, we've about hit the threshold for this old boy. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to. I wanted to. I wanted to use a slightly different background, but it's not working right. Doesn't want to work with me. Uh, I tend to put up these things and just whenever I get a computer, it's always a couple of years behind, and it's I've never had a real real leading edge. I'm not I know bleeding edge is a little much to ask, unless you're fairly wealthy. But I've never really had an up to date computer either. I've always lagged behind by a couple of years at least. I have to wait until the current computers that they're selling for $1,000 are down to like 300, and then I'm risking life and limb by buying one. It's a little depressing. Hey, Freak Uni! We got Freak Uni. We got Eli and T Mug. We got Freak Uni. Freak Uni. Freak Uni. Uh, for the first time, I actually thought of putting my YouTube channel on on the sites where I keep my fan fictions, and I'm hoping that a vast torrent of tens of people will come into the channel someday. Maybe a bit of a wait. Ouch! 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 I found some stuff that I've got a little I've always had problems with little cuts and sores and stuff on my legs, as you all know. So I found this stuff. It's zinc oxide healing gel. Well, actually, it's more of a paste, but it seems to be doing the trick. Okay, it sticks on real well too. A thick goop. Zinc oxide for everything. Zinc throat lozenges for the common cold. Zinc oxide for sores and cuts on your legs. Zinc, zinky, zinc, 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 zinc for the inside of your pennies when your government decides to stop making them out of copper. Zinc for everything. Yay! We said freaky uni, and we just said the hey. We said the hey. We said the hi, we said the ho, we said the what the heck. Okay, I had some notes here. I had some notes. I had notes. I had a note. I found just checking through my paperwork that I did have a salary job more recently than I had originally thought. I had let's see. I'm holding here my W-2 from 2013. Back when I was working for Advantage Sales and Marketing. You know those people who stand around the stores and hand you things on toothpicks? Hey, would you like to try a sample of this? That was us. Didn't know they franchised it out, did you? They were hired by other companies to send people out to stand in little booths and hand out samples of stuff. Everything from you know we had to do everything from prepped food to like window cleaner of all things, and just all sorts of stuff really. And but the thing of it was, my legs had already started. I was already big overweight, and my legs were already starting to swell pretty bad by that point. So eventually, I had to quit the job. They were giving me fewer and fewer hours every week anyway. And about 2013, I quit. And the next time they saw me, I was riding a scooter from the front of the store to the back to pick up my last check. And real, the corporation is real dick about it. They hire these people. Most of the people they hire are older folks, little old ladies who have nothing, but they won't let them sit in a chair or a stool because some corporate prick doesn't think that the image of somebody sitting down to do something. We want to look energetic and vivacious. She's 80 years old, man. Nothing you do is going to make her look energetic and vivacious. Give her a chair. She'll look a lot more, she'll have a lot more smiles for the customers. Come on, no. But no. And they wouldn't even let me stand there with a cane to lean on. That's how much of an a-hole they were about this thing. I suffered along as long as I could, and then that was it. I used to, my regular site for working. At first, it was at a Walmart, but after a little issue with one of the managers there, they moved me to Sam's Club. Uh, okay, in case you're wondering, I'm going to vent my spleen now about one particular woman at the Walmart. The Walmart in question was the one not even a couple of miles from my house, which was very convenient for me. Now the thing of it is when we get there, we had to go there. We had, nothing was set up for us. Nothing was set aside for us even. They knew we came in every day. They knew when we were coming in. They knew what things we were going to be demoing. They wouldn't even set aside a couple of boxes of whatever it was that we needed. And every time we'd come in, it was a game of hide and seek. We would go having to track down a worker and say, I need this, because we're doing a little sampler here. And we would have to go loping back through the Walmart warehouse space, the storage space, looking for whatever it was. So there went at least a half hour there. 15 minutes to a half hour there just looking for the crap. And then we had to, cook it. If it was food, it had to be prepped. And prep time could be anyway, depending on what you had. That was another half hour. We were losing time, big time for this. Well, anyway, one day, I forget what it was. Was it ham? I think it was ham. And I was supposed to be sampling out slices of ham, little ham on a stick, and the rigmarole I had to go through, the prep time and everything was ridiculous. It took me over an hour. I remember it took me over an hour and a half to get everything set up because I had to cook the stuff. On top of everything else, setting up the booth, cleaning everything, These weren't just, picky little things. These were regulations that I had to follow. I'm out there and I'm handing out, I finally managed to get everything set up. I've been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Getting this, getting that. Having and nothing was prepared for, and it's just they did absolutely nothing. And finally got the booth set up, and I looked at the timer. Now after it, this is food prep regulation. Okay, this is food prep regulation. After a certain number of minutes, not hours, minutes, measured down to the minute. After a certain amount of time, we would have to throw out what we had. No matter how much there was. Now I cooked up, it was like the equivalent, I think, like a whole ham, as I had been instructed. And I looked at this, and I looked at that, and the time clicked out. And hey, this was pork, okay? You don't go over time on it. Anyway, and I said I pulled it out, I threw it away, and bitch, who was who had been taken off her leash and put in a manager's suit. Comes running up. She saw me throw the stuff away, and she blew a fuse all over me. And I tried, she says, "Ma'am, this is, I tried to tell her this. You took forever to set up. Yeah, but I had to set up everything myself. You didn't even set the stuff aside for me. I had to go and specially request a bunch of stuff, and I tried to tell her, that, and you threw away. I'm not going to tolerate you standing there throwing away my food, and blah, 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 bitch, PMS, ovaries on a rampage. Hey, I don't work for her. I don't care. Not anymore. Just heinous, evil woman. Just. I don't know what I don't know what had chomped on her backside that morning, but good night. And I tried to tell her, this, according to the food prep regulations, this stuff had been sitting here for an hour, and I had to throw it all out, and whether or not there was a whole tray of it or not. And she wasn't going to listen. Fine, great. And so she goes and starts, she calls my bosses and tells them what a shitty attitude I had, and I was wasting their food and wasting their time, blah, 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 blah. And the management said, okay, we're going to move you over here to Sam's Club. So, which meant I had to drive, a lovely long way from then on. But it was worth it, not to have to deal with that crap. Because at Sam's Club, we had an actual kitchen area. We had, of our own. We had, everything was set up, everybody could work together. And, it went a whole lot better, quite frankly. Because the people at Sam's Club were actually going out of their way to, to help us a little bit, if we needed something, to try and set our thing, just all that stuff. And good night, almighty. But just no allowances. This is what has people so angry these days. All these people talking about how entitled and spoiled the working class is, the service class is, because we're not working class. We were not working class. We're service class. We don't even rate what the housekeep does. And talking about it, we are expected to do ridiculous things in less time than they need to be done, with insufficient materials, insufficient help. And to do it all with a smile on our face. You see, this is why more and more these the a lot of the kids that were sympathetic to opposite I'm not exactly sympathetic to Occupy Wall Street group, but I am sympathetic to where that came from. You know what I'm saying? We're expected, people in the service industry are expected to do more work with less help, insufficient tools, broken equipment. Can you imagine what it's like being at McDonald's and having to tell every other person, "I'm sorry, the ice cream machine's broken," because those bastards are too cheap to update the equipment? That's what it is. That's the reason you can't get an ice cream at McDonald's anymore, is because all the ice cream machines they have are like 20, 30 years old, and they're outdated and they're broken down, and getting parts for them is a royal act of Congress, and and they run it down. And if it needs to be cleaned, the it's an old clunker of a design. It takes hours to disassemble, clean to specs, and then put back together and get started up again. And the result is that nobody can get ice cream at McDonald's anymore, because the McDonald's Corporation is run by a bunch of cheap weasels, who would rather keep paying. How cheap are the crap weasels running McDonald's right now? The coffee lady story. Let's put it this way: the coffee lady was one of several hundred people who, dozens of people who sued McDonald's over, serious burns. McDonald's basically decided they would rather keep slipping people money under the table to pay for skin grafts rather than change the temperature of their coffee, because they didn't think the coffee would sell as well if it was somewhere below thermonuclear. It's just a simple safety measure of turning a dial back, and they weren't going to go for that. You can imagine what they must scream like a nun in a whorehouse whenever anybody suggests they update the ice cream machines. I swear, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I think we wouldn't have sliced bread if it weren't for capitalism. But the corporate dipwads who are running our society right now, and they are running our society, that's not the fault of capitalism. That's the fault of cronyism. The corporate dipshits who are running our world right now. Some days, all I can think is, God help me if I ever get my hand, get them all in one, because I will just pick up the nearest crowbar and wade in and start thinning the herd. Because these people, they're a walking violation of the Darwin Code, The only reason that cause and effect hasn't taken them is because they're padded by a 6 meter thick layer of armor plating called money. They're just dismal. And ironically, this is all you can expect when the government runs the economy, or tries to. So long as the corporations are why do companies spend so much money in Washington D.C.? Danegeld. Look up the term Danegeld. I won't fault them for trying to buy politicians. What I fault is the people I fault is Washington for making the politicians up for sale. The reason the politicians are up for sale is because they have too much power, so that they can, they have all the power they need to auction off to the highest bidder. That's the start of the whole system. And the corporations, the smart ones are out there lobbying to try and protect their own hides, but the evil ones and the amoral ones are out there pushing for special privilege protection for themselves. And so you get nonsense like this. These companies and these companies production, the production rate, going by GPD, has gone up 200% since 1970. If I'm remembering the numbers correctly, at least 200, something more like 250%. But the wages have stagnated, especially at the lower levels where all the work is actually done. As I pointed out before, minimum wage, even though minimum wage has gone up from $1.25 in 1964 to 15 to nearly $8 an hour in 2020, in real terms, it's gone down. It is the average McDonald's worker. You take a McDonald's worker from 1964 and a McDonald's worker from today. The one from today is making half as much money and is running a store with half as much health. He's getting fewer hours. He has fewer coworkers to divide up the burden of the work to be done. And he's doing it all with outdated and substandard equipment. And so instead of fixing everything, they go out and what do they go? What do the corporation do? They go out and buy a computer to sit out front to try and scare the workers back in line by saying, "You keep this up, we'll turn this entire company into a vending machine and throw you out on the street." Growing up, trying to, when I was in my teens and 20s, trying to find work, you know, we didn't stay in one place long enough to have. I hit 16 and we moved. 16, from the years of 16, 17, and 18. I had 3 years there, and we were living in two different cities in that time. So you could forget me ever finding a summer job even. Uh, and neither place had any jobs or anything. I didn't, I had no vehicle, had no job. Then, I graduate from high school and I'm off to college. Worst mistake ever. And but finding work was ridiculously hard. And even then, I wish I'd been more aware because, doggone, realizing that you're working, spending all those years getting guff from your parents' generation and your grandparents. Oh, you're not working hard enough. You don't know what hard work is. I probably don't know what hard work is, but I do know what getting shafted is. And realizing that you are literally doing the same job as your parents did at your age for half the money with worn and broken tools to boot. Let's just say I might have been a little more. I might have, raised the flag a little higher. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, that was me just taking off on a wild goose chase. Red herring off into the woods, and God knows what direction. Can you hear me out there? Okay, look. It says here that I got 7 viewers. It says here in the live chat that nobody is typing. If you are here, there's one thing I always ask of everybody who watches my live stream. Please type hello in the live chat window. There are no lurkers in RH Junior Land. I need to see who is here. I need to, if you I need feedback. This is feedback. This is what this is for. Okay. Thank you, MD Chiba. Darn it, I can't pronounce it. MDBJC. Hello. Eli and T-Mug. Okay, and we got Freak Uni. That's 3 people out of 7. I know there are 4 of you out there. Hello. Yeah. Okay, MDBGC. Can I buy a vowel? I remember back in the day when everybody was trying to get cool names on the internet. Now people are just hyphens and umlauts. This is how those Aboriginal languages get started, Eventually, we're going to have some kid. We were worried about. We were always worried about kids being born who wouldn't have a name; they'd have a number. Nowadays, I'm worried some kid's going to be born. His name's going to be nothing but a series of emojis. Kindergarten teacher's going to look at his name, saying, "How do you pronounce that?" You remember Prince, man? The artist formerly known as. That only went on for so long. I imagine it only lasted as long as it took him to get sick of trying to write that on a paycheck. Oh my. Let me get a drink of water here. I had a thought a while ago, and I posted it up on Facebook. Nobody really appreciates my thoughts, my genius there, the ungrateful Philistines. But you know how bacon has become a meme on the internet. Bacon, bake the bacon meme. Not chocolate. Not coffee. Well, coffee is a little bit, but bacon is the number 1 ranking food meme on the internet. Excuse me a minute. I heard something. Okay, like I was saying, bacon has become, and I thought about it. Now, since before I was born, so about 5 or 10 years before I was born, so for about the last 50 plus years, Western civilization, America especially, has had a low fat, low meat, low protein, high carb diet pushed on it by the FDA, by the schools. And if you're talking school children, basically it was mandatory. They go to school and if they're pushing they serve these kids as low carb, low fat, high carb diets, and serving them low fat 2% milk or 1% milk, and just sucking the fat out of everything, so everything tasted like crap. And you figure all the people in the military, all the people in the government, government mandated diet, basically, for the United States, for most of the West, for most of the United States, has been low fat diet, and it's coming out that basically a low fat, high carb diet is very, 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 very bad for us. In fact, most of the illnesses that they run around trying to attribute to fat, they're due to high carbs in our diet. The obesity, the rise in obesity, the rise in heart disease, the rise in diabetes, carbs, starches, sugars. There you go. And it occurs to me that it's quite possible that the reason that bacon is such a meme for how people crave bacon and how they love bacon, that this meme, as much as it is a joke, still the reason it's taken off is because with a low, well, basically with a protein and fat deficient diet, people are getting a immense craving for bacon. This immense appetite for bacon has sprung up because people are basically going with a fat and protein deficiency in their diet. Well, you can, it's not, it's like, we're not suffering from a pig shortage in our diet or in our bloodstream. But if you are suffering a deficiency in your diet, it will be reflected in what cravings you have. Pregnant women, especially, they will have bizarre cravings for things triggered by certain nutritional problems. If they're not getting enough of a certain protein or vitamin or mineral, they'll start craving crazy things like tree bark and cigarette ash and chalk. It's very strange. But most of us is if you tend to crave, for instance, craving for chocolate usually indicates a deficiency of protein or zinc. So and if these low carb diet experts are right, and I've seen their evidence, I've seen their arguments, I've seen the document. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that they got a good handle on it, generally speaking, overall. And just going with my common sense and and quite frankly with my reasoning that God did not put meat on our plate because it was bad for us, and just going with that, and I look at that, I look at that, and I think, basically, we got a society where everybody is trying to live with a fat and protein deficient diet. Instead of butter, we use margarine. Instead of real cheese, we use petroleum product synthetics, and instead of drinking real milk, what do? We go out and we get squeeze almonds and soybeans, and this is why and bacon is fatty and meaty, and just that's why everybody's going crazy for it. This is just my idea, mind. I'm definitely no scientist, but I can I can just make a wild guess here. Just saying, just saying. because I'm looking for my notes. I made some notes here for for when I did my next show, and I've lost the ding dong notes. Got a lot of crap here too. It's my grocery list. I've got a list here that I make whenever I get a craving for snacks. Get snacky. I write down what it is I'm craving. So I can see what I crave the most, and so the next time I get groceries, I can have them ship it to me. One or two of the items at least. I hate not being able to shop for myself. I really do, because I can't browse the shelves. I miss browsing the shelves. Being able to stumble across, ooh, this is something I haven't had in a while, and getting that. I hate it. Yeah, I miss it. It's a bummer. I'm sort of caught in the middle here. This seems to be the story of my life. I'm caught in the middle. Before they really, I'm caught in the middle right now. Before they really ramp up, after they stop doing service like milk delivery and things like that, and before they really ramped up the grocery store delivery thing. I live in a town where, even our Chinese restaurants don't deliver. We the if it weren't for the fact that the pizza places have expanded their menu a little bit, Papa John's is out there trying to sell calzones, and basically they're just trying to find new ways to fold up a pizza and sell it. So, oh geez, I hope I'm not getting sick. I have not. I have been under the weather all week, really. Sleep, just exhausting. When we get these really cold snaps, that means I can't sleep, because my house, my bedroom is not properly heated, and even bundled up, I'm like, and and my nose freezes off and my toes freezes off, and the bed's uncomfortable as it is, and just anyway. Let's see. AccuWeather. Yeah. Whenever the temperature dips into the teens, that's when I start having problems, because the heaters I have in the house can't keep up, and so my sleep schedule gets knocked off, and I try to sleep, and I end up falling asleep sitting at my computer. That's just fabulous. Okay, it looks like clear sign. Okay. Let's see. It's going to dip down into the 20s tonight. Then back up to nearly 50 during the day, Saturday and Sunday, and then 3 days of rain. Yay. Uh, uh, just really gotta. Okay. Any updates on to any of my books or anything? My stories? No. I finally got the Archive of Our Own page updated and cleaned up. They finally lifted the ban on the 19th, but other than that, I didn't. I haven't got. I've got. Got. rough sketches down, but I haven't gotten anything done this week at all. Like I said, I was just crashing out. Yeah, I'll relieve you of the details of some of the more digestive shocks that I've had over the past day or so. I gotta buy like some Lysol spray or something. Cause I haven't got any cleaning stuff in the house. I think I've got a spray bottle of like grease cutter, and that's about it. What do I know about the game Halo? It's a first-person shooter. It involves a guy in armor and aliens from outer space, and that's about it. That's all I know about Halo. I really don't follow it. Okay, Benchikar, you say you get sick of the natural conservative. What do you mean by natural conservative? I do not know. This could mean one thing or it could mean another. It could bounce in either direction here. Wait a minute for your answer. Great. Now I'm getting starting to get a chest cough and. Okay, great, perfect, terrific. I always get when I get the flu, I always start out with the stomach part first. I think, my to my memory, it's always the stomach first. It's like you're going along, you're feeling like a perfectly normal day, and the next thing you know, you're waddling for the bathroom as fast as you can. Oh Lord, no! And just punami. What is Hispanics are natural conservatives? What is that supposed to mean? I'm guessing this is a originally meaningful statement that has been abused to death. Now there are some people due to their backgrounds or their culture or such is going to intend to be more conservative, yes, than the average. Uh, f- uh, uh, just saying, but just trying to think of stuff for books like, say, you're the grave mind, the guy in the game who controls all the zombies. I wouldn't know from that. You control all the zombies. I've seen a couple of fan fictions where of fiction stories, original fiction actually, it ought to be called, where the protagonist wakes up and they are a dungeon. Like a Dungeons and Dragons dungeon, except that they are essentially the mind of the dungeon, and they're trying to survive. These it is a very unusual fantasy genre. Everybody has their own little twists on it, but that's the general concept. Well, Ben Shakar, it's not necessarily stupid. Hispanics, South and Central Americans, they do tend to be Catholic. And if you have to have it explained to you why Catholics tend to be more right wing leaning, more conservative, then there's not much I can, hope I can hold out for you if I have to explain that to you. It's not a given with anybody, but you play the odds. They're going to be more open to what are normally considered conservative concepts here in the United States. This is why the Democrats are so desperate to get them on board. They go after the illegal immigrants, trying to basically buy their loyalty. Because if these people settle down and really started getting into the American dream, they're not going to be too particularly happy with how the Democrats are doing things. Now, I don't know, well, maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I've been told about them. This is the general information that we are given about them, about Mexicans and South and Central Americans. That the you know that this is this is, actually they say this about the legal immigrants. The people that the people that come in through the front door generally tend to be more conservative, a lot more conservative. There have been case after case after case of people conservative people. They come for they are Mexican immigrants, and they come out as pro-Trump supporters, and everybody just loses their minds. It probably basically comes down to the difference between the people that crossed, the people that came in through the front door and the people that swam across. To be blunt. Yeah. This is it. Well, it's a problem with the Jewish community too. A lot of conservative Jewish leaders are out there trying to talk to their people, saying, "Why on earth are you voting for the Democrats? These people are hostile to Jewish interests." And running down the list, but the Democratic Party has basically sold themselves as friends of the oppressed. You know, and suckered several demographics into supporting them. Same story. African American, black people in America would not give Muslims the time of day if they were genuinely aware of how Muslims are treating black people of the world around. How the Muslim church, the church, the Muslim, how the Muslim religion treats minorities, specifically black people, everywhere else in the world. They would have nothing to do with Islam, but because the Islamic representatives in this country, they do a shuck and jive job on them, and they fall for it. They blame all their problems on Whitey and never stop to consider, hey, it was the Muslims who was selling both black people and white people into slavery, all over Europe and South Africa, all over Europe and Africa for hundreds and hundreds of years, and still are. Benchikar, you say Jews hate Christians more than Muslims. I think you've met I think you've met a particular community of Jewish people I think, well, considering the fact that Hitler managed to sell himself as a Christian leader to the more gullible people in Europe when he was rising to power, uh, there are a lot of there are probably a lot of Jewish people, especially older Jewish people, who are paranoid about the Christian faith. But I don't know if that's a majority. You take what shenanigans the Catholic Church got up to through the medieval period. But by and large, I was under the impression that the average Jewish community they're sort of aware that the Protestant Christian community is pretty much the best dang friend that Israel ever had. Are there any crazy ideas for books I have seen or had? Are there any crazy? I think they're all crazy ideas. If you look at my list of fan fictions and such, well, it's all fan fictions really. Let's be honest. Uh, they're all weird. Craziest idea I ever had for a story? I don't know. It's a good question. Uh, look at my web comics. Look at my fan fictions. I've had all sorts of odd ideas that came and went. Weirdest idea I ever had. There's none that I can think of that particularly stand out as unusual in their own right. Uh, quite frankly, if you want something that makes you go, "What the heck?" you have to go to Japan really to get the really strange ideas. Uh, and believe me, I've seen some truly strange manga and anime ideas. They'll try any dang story. I think in anime and manga. It's the way they're set up. And instead of trying to from their perspective, the way we do it is starting in the middle. Somebody writes a comic book, takes the comic book idea to like Marvel or DC and tries to sell it or makes it indie and goes there. In Japan, from what I understand, the way they start out their stories. They as serials. Every a few pages every month in Shonen Jump or other manga magazines. If the story catches on, it becomes a regular thing. If it gets really big, it's the manga publishers take it and say let's make it its own comic, and if it gets really good, it becomes anime. So, all the anime you see, all the pretty much all the anime you see that makes its way across to the ocean here started out as a short serial story in something like Shonen Jump. That's a close way to the way original comics got started out. Originally, comic books were an offshoot of newspaper comic strips. What they do is they take the comic strips and paste them back together into a book page format, and then run that off as a standalone comic. And then eventually somebody got the idea of Batman and Superman, and went straight to, they got the idea of making stories deliberately for the comic books rather than for the comic strips. And then somebody invented Superman, and then somebody invented Batman, and away everything ran. Oh, good guys and villains' bodies or powers that look villainous. Oh yeah, there's a lot of there's a few stories like that out there. In fact, I believe there's an entire genre of anime and manga stories about people who wake up in an entirely different body. There's this one manga, this one anime called, I believe it's called Overlord. About this guy he's playing on his favorite, his favorite online game is shutting down, and he's playing, he's been playing, an evil overlord on it for, years, and he's online, for the last day, and when it shuts off, he blacks out. And when he wakes up, he's in the body of the overlord. He's in the game world, and the story is about how, he's got the minions, he's got the mansion, he's got, the whole nine yards, and he's having to deal with the fact that, and what's more is that him being in this villainous leech's body, it's a humanoid skeleton basically with sorcerer's powers. It's affecting his mind in subtle ways. I wanted to get something done, and I'm starting to feel, just sucked dry, just out of energy constantly. Let's let's at least uh it says something about American culture that most of my comics, when I'm focusing on the Liberated, it focuses on a sofa. You know, go figure. Excuse me. Okay, where's the tool? Okay, direct. Continuous curves. Missed. I think it's due to a lot of different influences. The couch has basically become the centerpiece of furniture in the average living room. Blame it on the TV set, but I think it goes even further back than that. With the love seat. House without a couch is unusual. And it's aggravating, though. Is that so few houses have doors wide enough to easily admit a couch. Heck, you can barely get a chair through most of them. Some days you just want to some days you just want to take architects and just thump them on top of the head. People have to live in these things. You know? I mean, come on, seriously. Teeny tiny little doorways, narrow staircases that are steep as hell. Houses aren't designed for people, they're designed for artists. And it's ridiculous. Oh, this house looks so lovely. Can you live in it? No, you can't. You can't live in it. You can't even get your furniture in the house through the front door. Most of it say, great. This house design is great if you're still in your 20s and as limber as a chimpanzee. I've griped about that before. yes. I get tired of living with it. They're more interested in making the house look pretty than in making it functional. It just makes me kill crazy. I swear it does. How many people have died from household accidents because they had to deal with a feature of their house that was designed to look good, but is almost impossible to work with. They end up accidentally grabbing an exposed wire or something. The next thing you know, psst, yeah. You talk to Daniel Meyer. Daniel Meyer, he's a friend of mine. He designed my website. Good friend. He just, my lord, my lord, my lord. He just his house is, he lives in the old Vic. They call it the old Victorian house. It's over 100 years old, and they're renovating it, one piece at a time, even as they live in it. And he says, basically, it's 100 years of accumulated what the hell. He For some reason they had the originals. They had a sink at the top of the stairwell. God knows why. And the pipe ran out through the wall, outside the house, across the roof, and then back down into the house. And he had to go through all sorts of rigmarole to get that darn pipe out. And he said, the kitchen design, you can blame that on Victorian Victorian sensibilities. Is that the kitchen didn't need, the kitchen was someplace you sent the help to do the work, and it didn't have to be particularly comfortable to work in. Is poor ventilation and cramped and so on and so forth. And they had to do tremendous amount of remodeling to make it into the open airy space that we take for granted with kitchens these days. And you also take into the fact that Victorians, well, they were malnourished compared to us. Not just skinnier, shorter, smaller, from poor nutrition. And the average, you look at pictures of the average World War II soldier, and that just that little ways back, and they were about on the average they were about a foot shorter and 10 pounds lighter than a typical young man of the same age, because of the Great Depression, because of the Depression, just underfed and malnourished. And consequently, these Victorian houses, tiny, narrow little staircases and narrow little doorways, and even somebody who isn't fat and obese like me is just it's a glorious, grand, fun time getting through the doors. music stopped again. Do you wish to continue watching? They stop halfway through. Do you want to continue watching? I'm like, you jerks, yes. Oh, good grief. Oh yeah, the news coming out of China is getting creepier and creepier. They recently the Chinese government deployed bunches of trucks with incinerators in the back for the disposal of dead animals. Uh huh. Excuse me. A little tummy ache. Body's just deciding to give up on me, I swear. Wuhan woman with no symptoms infects 5 relatives with coronavirus. They're freaking out. They're passing around a news article claiming that they're trying to blame it on Trump. That a plane loaded with people with the coronavirus, with the Wuhan virus, American citizens flown back to America. But they put these people on a plane full of uninfected people as well. And so naturally, the CDC is freaking, and various politicians are trying to blame it on Trump for some reason, because Trump, supposedly the Trump administration did something that insisted, go ahead, bring these people home, and and put them on board a plane with a bunch of other people, and people are freaking out. And I'm like, yeah, what? And how much of this are you not telling us? It's such a drag trying to get information about what's happening in the world out of a bunch of lying crap weasels. You know, they're more interested in trying to undermine the president than in getting out their the truth, the actual truth, not the truth that they wish was. Okay, apparently they're trying to claim that, a bunch of jobs that were supposedly created to prevent another 9/11, a bunch of, those jobs have been uh, repealed or something. And, well, they're trying to blame it on Trump. Trump gutted, uh, you know, gutted security or something. And in other words, he fired a bunch of people who weren't doing anything. This same huge security setup that had them unable to stop people from smuggling stuff on board an airplane right under their noses. Yeah, you know, the whole national, all our supposed national security needs a massive overhaul, and that means a lot of people are going to get fired. This is another thing that they can't accept as reality. That any president who's doing his job is going to fire a lot of people. You think about how porous our southern borders are. You think about how craptacular the security at our airports is, and how awful it's been ever since September 11th, 2001. They've literally, just malfeasance and failure to perform their duty on a regular basis. They failed every security test they've been given, but you know God forbid we should actually fire somebody for not making our nation secure. What it is that America had a need, and a bunch of politicians and bureaucrats came in and created a bunch of jobs for themselves, a bunch of do nothing jobs. Can't seem to get anything done. This is bullshit. It has taken me all week just to get this far on one comic strip. Now I did put up a short chapter of the Thunder Rolls, one of my fan fictions. That's not what I need to be working on. I need to be working on the comic strips and the artwork and the all the art stuff, art stuff commissions and things that I'm supposed to be doing, and not doing it. And this is me not doing stuff. So I think maybe what I need to do is just I don't know what. I read an article today. Some people doing research into uh, psychology and basically psychological research into poverty. And basically, what they concluded was this: what they did is they compared wealthy people's decision making versus poor people's decision making. They would take wealthy people and poor people and give them a test, a question. You have a repair that costs X Y Z to, say, your car. How do you handle this? What do you do? And they would evaluate the decision, and they noticed that the poorer the person was, and the higher the cost of the repair was, the worse their decision making was. They said that was the general principle, and to really put a clincher on it, what would really make it a valid and study, they needed to test somebody who was rich at one point and poor at the other, poor at another point. Give this same test to the same people at different times. Now, what they did, and they came up with a very simple one: sugarcane farmers. There was, over in Asia, there is India. Uh, there is a community of there are communities of sugarcane farmers, and these people, these sugarcane farmers, they get their paycheck. They get their paycheck, every 6 months. At the beginning of 6 months, every harvest. So over a 6 month period, they go from, being, immediately wealthy to being, desperately poor by the end of that 6 month period. Where it all starts over again. And they gave these people the same test at the beginning of the 6 month period and at the end of the 6 month period. And he noted, as time went by, their cognitive decisions about how to about economic planning and what they should do for a financial situation, so on and so. Their decisions got poorer as time went by. As very smart decisions when they started out, very poor decisions near the end of it. Now, the basic point they were making is that when it comes down to the author of the article summed up, being poor doesn't mean you lack character; it means you lack money. Just the way he put it. It was basically it was scarcity. He said, is that the more scarce, as resources seem to get more scarce, particularly in this case money, uh, the people making a decision, their ability to make wise decisions goes downhill rapidly. Because when you're poor, basically what it was is when you're poor, you have more things to worry about constantly, and having multiple things to worry about puts a heavier cognitive burden on you. The more things you have to worry about, the less able you're able to think rationally about any one of them. And when you're at a point where you're having choose whether you're choosing whether or not to eat this week, pay the rent, or wash the laundry, and and any crisis, any even the most even the most mundane crisis is a world breaker. because you are not going to make wise decisions in those circumstances. I could tell you, yeah, I can spell it out for you. Yeah, I can testify to that. That I don't know how much that helped knowing this. I don't know, what am I supposed, how am I supposed to package this? What am I supposed to do with it? This information, I can testify it's true because just being able to think becomes dramatically easier when there's been a little extra money in the bank. Uh, an increasingly rare circumstance for myself, but yeah, it is absolutely true. If if you have five bills and you just no money, every one of them's a catastrophe, and you can't think straight. This is probably why and nasty feedback loop. You can't think straight. You can't make wise economic decisions. You can't fix the problem, and the problem gets worse, and so your situation gets worse. Don't know why it's so hard to get her look right, but there you have it. I've lost my edge. I don't know that this information is useful to anyone. I really don't. Because, quite frankly, I don't know. I don't see it as being particularly useful to anyone at all. Because it doesn't solve, it doesn't help you solve the problem. Congratulations, you've discovered that you can think more clearly when you have when you have, you know, a little money in the bank, to pay the bills and keep the lights on and all. But great. How do you solve that? Where's the money come from? How do you get the money? That's kind of the problem in the first place. These financial advice. All these financial advice classes and columns and uh, YouTubers and all this. Uh, Same problem. All you need to do is save a little money, set it aside whenever you can. Yeah, but the problem is you can't set it ever aside. You don't have the money to set aside in the first place. Like one guy commented, if you think that I'm in a position where I can, if you think that good advice for me is to give up smoking and stop buying $5 cups of coffee, you really don't understand my economic situation in the first place. You know, Hate to break it to you, I'm not buying the coffee in the first place. Think of all the money you'll save just by not buying Starbucks coffee. I don't buy Starbucks coffee anyway. I don't even drink coffee. I have a couple of canisters of coffee up in my cabinets, personally speaking, truthfully. I have it because I grabbed a couple and set it aside because you never know. I got that stuff that's sealed in cans, so that stuff's going to be good until doomsday. But if there's a, there could be a situation where I have to, you know, where my neighbors are out, and I've seen you people without that stuff. Shakes and the jitters, man. Who, look, at one point, they thought that there wasn't going to be any Twinkies anymore. The company went bankrupt, and there was a stretch for a couple of months there where everybody thought that that was it. There weren't going to be any more Twinkies, and there were people that literally, I think there was a case where one box of Twinkies, a 12 pack of Twinkies, went for enough to buy a small car on eBay. So, you know, and coffee is in a more precarious position than any cream filled snack cake. So keep some of that stuff handy, even if you don't drink it yourself. It might buy you anything from good favor with your neighbors to some necessary supplies. Oh, you people are all doomsday thinkers. Yeah, we're doomsday preppers. The world is full of damned idiots who didn't think doomsday was ever coming. I can show you a picture of a corpse in Pompeii. That guy didn't think that that particular day was going to be any different than any other. It was a particularly sad one too. Is this guy apparently he managed to get to the shore He managed to get away from the original eruption, and a giant chunk of masonry landed on his head. And there he was. There was a skeleton laid out flat, with I saw the photograph. The skeleton laid out flat, and this big block, slightly bigger than a bread box, uh, where his head should be. We're talking, this guy, went out like something from Looney Tunes. So, doomsday preppers? Oh, yeah, doomsday preppers. You laugh at the doomsday preppers. The doomsday preppers are prepared for when things go batshit. You hear the story of Chicken Little? Chicken Little was the one who panicked all the people who weren't prepared. That was the thing about the story, is that none of them, none of them understood the circumstance. He goes running around, the sky is falling, the sky is falling, the sky is falling, and all the other animals in the barnyard freaked, because they didn't, they were uninformed. They were easily panicked by a supposed expert. It's been the chicken. The chicken was out there staring at the sky and got hit by a piece of it. The sky is falling. And an opportunist, the fox, came along, tricked them all into literally marching into his den one by one, where he caught them, broke their necks, and stacked them up in his larder. That's how the story ends. Except in most versions, Chicken Little escapes at the last second and escapes back to the barn. So you can imagine, next time something hits Chicken Little in the head, here we go again. Yeah, most people don't know that. Most people know these stories. Most people don't know the ends to those stories. That's the interesting thing. Excuse me. What will happen to Nana's son in my stories? I don't know. I haven't gotten that far. I haven't thought that far ahead. I've been tempted that in at least one of the stories, Shigaraki, the guy with that's who you're talking about. The guy with I've been tempted to have him die at the MCU battle early on. Because let's face it, he's got all the survival instincts of a depressed lemming. He's crazy. He's he's mentally unstable in every sense of the word. He tends to charge at things headlong with his hands outstretched. That's just begging for an anvil to fall out of the sky on his head. You know, uh, the power to turn things to dust with his touch or nothing or not. You know, charging headlong at people who can shoot fire and ice and lightning and just punch hard enough to level buildings. Not a healthy approach to life. there are some characters you just can't see changing. For instance, Riley from Bonesaw from the Worm fan fictions. Bonesaw is just she's a horror. What happened to her, how she became a villain is just a study in heartbreaking tragedy. And the fact is that even in the story, she's still a minor. She's like 12 years old, but she's been committing unspeakable atrocities. She was kidnapped. She was brainwashed. She was tortured. She was forced to watch as her family was tortured to death. And in fact, she was tortured. She was forced to, basically bring them back from the edge of death over and over and over again until she finally couldn't. She just fell down and couldn't get back up again in time to save one of them, and that was it. And the villains basically kidnapped her, brainwashed her, and murdered her family in front of her, and turned her into a monster. And she's the definition of Stockholm syndrome. She went mad to try and survive. But as tragic as it is, there's no really easy end for her. I've got some ideas on what's going to happen to her in the stories, but in the My Hero, in the Worm fan fictions I've got going, but some of those endings are going to be heartbreaking. The Warcrafter, it's not going to be a happy ending for her. That's one of the things that Bayleaf is going to have to deal with. Even though he's desperately trying to save everybody he can, he's not going to be able to. He's there, he's there to help save the world from annihilation, and some of the people he tries to save, he's not going to be able to. Getting old and senile and nearsighted. I'm still waiting for the government to send me some paperwork so I can send off more paper back to the government where I'm applying for Social Security. I've got to call the Social Security guy and let him know. I'm still waiting for some paperwork. And, yeah. Hmm. Not exactly smooth. Hmm. Save that. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. There's only one healer officially in My Hero Academia that I've seen so far. Most people, the fan fiction writers speculate that the hospitals are chock full of people with healing related quirks, but they've only got this, for UA, the Superhero Academy, the most prestigious superhero academy in the world. They only have one little old lady. And you got to be wondering, how many more years is she going to be keeping this up? How many more years is she going to be able to keep, putting these kids back together? Especially without any help besides a bunch of medical robots. Uh, of course, the one Deku the Warcrafted is at least partially a crossover with the Warcrafter, which which is making the story go off in odd directions I hadn't predicted. If I had just made it one of those little mystery stores with the random little old anonymous character to be in charge of the place, it wouldn't be a problem. But I couldn't resist the temptation to have the Lost Workshop make a cameo, as it were, and now got all that entangling problem. Because you got to figure that the heroes of the Warcraft that are heroes, and they're not going to be content with just entirely content with just sitting inside a store. With heroes and villains running around loose in the streets outside. So, but it's going to turn out the reason that the reason they are, they're restricted to their store. They can't go out in the street and do superheroing. So, but the reason that they're going to get away with what they're doing, providing unlicensed support equipment to superheroes and non-registered superpowered people, is because, well, technically they're not in Japan at all. Once you cross the threshold of the Lost Workshop, uh, well, it's basically in hyperspace or limbo or however you want to look at it. And those are the grounds they're going to use if they ever get caught. That, hey, by your own laws, we're not even in your country. Neener, neener, neener. From what I understand, there are actually there are actually people that take advantage of this. There's supposedly beef companies that park ships just outside of the coastal waters of Japan, and they wait for people to show up, and they sell them meat, beef at drastically lower prices than what they would get on shore in Japan. And because it's in international waters, uh, it makes for a headache for law enforcement. Okay, okay, okay. Oh yeah. Well, it's sort of they're sort of in a situation. Have you ever watched Howl's Moving Castle? Howl's Moving Castle. Howl's Castle not only walks around and moves around and runs around through, on its own. It has magic doors that open in different locations all over the world. So actually finding Howl's Moving Castle is not as easy as it's pretty much impossible for anybody he doesn't want to find it. The Lost Workshop is basically going to end up in that same circumstance. It's the store. It's a TARDIS in some sense, in a manner of speaking. The door opens up wherever it wants to, but the store itself is only accessible through the door. I'm still deciding each of the originally it was only going to be Izuku who got the it was only going to be Izuku who got the Paladin power set, but I've already tweaked a couple of other characters in ways that aren't World of Warcraft themed, which makes it which sort of throws the theme off. Koda Koji, the pink character, the one that talks to animals. He's going to make a trip to the store soon, to the Lost Workshop, and he's going to end up adopting some pets from Loktara, the orc girl. And I'm not going to say much more than that, but I will say that they're going to end up being real game changers for him. Of course, everything they get at the store is going to be a game changer. I'm dissatisfied with how I handled the Invisible Girl. I didn't have one really solid good idea of how you could help an Invisible Girl give her the ability to make her power more useful, and I ended up kludging several things together. Uh, Froppy, the frog girl, Sue. Um, it's going to turn out she went to the store. She went to the store to find some help for her one main weakness. Canonically, Sue's main weakness is that because she's part amphibian, cold a cold environment makes her go into a torpor. It makes her go into hibernation like a frog, and so that's her one weakness. And she went, that was she went there, and they gave her what I'm working with now is I'm still working on the chapter in question. Is that they gave her basically a little tropical. A tropical rainstorm in what she thinks is a tropical rainstorm in a bottle. As long as she carries it around her neck, she can surround herself with a pocket of warm, tropical air, and even rain if she wants it to. But it's going to turn out to be a lot more than that. What races won't I be having? Okay, straight up, I won't be having any undead. Okay, my head canon, my Warcrafter canon, from the fanfiction Warcrafter is basically that the version of Azeroth they get this stuff from. They're not nobody's that stupid. Okay, the undead. Okay, in Azeroth in World of Warcraft lore, the undead are basically well, they're minions, they're offshoots, of the Legion, the demons, and by extension of the old gods, the dark, evil, madness-inducing things from beyond time and space, etc., etc., etc. And so, plus, we've seen what they do. There hasn't been an expansion yet where the Forsaken, the undead, haven't stabbed everybody else in the back, Horde and Alliance alike. In fact, this new expansion is basically Sylvanas, the leader of the undead, goes completely off the rails, and she shatters the barrier between this life and the mortal world and the afterlife. Hell of a way to get an expansion, and let me tell you. And well, basically, let's see, crazy, evil, undead cannibals. No. So you're not going to see any heroic undead. They're not going to be messing around with any warlocks either. Okay, they just fought a war against an invading army of demons. You think how popular do you think people who get their power from demons are going to be? Oh, these are different demons. Yeah, blow me. You're out the door. Gone. Your history. You have a stake in a campfire with your name on it. Get out. Nobody in the version of Azeroth, in the fanon version of Azeroth that Bayleaf gets his abilities from, neither the Horde nor the Alliance is stupid enough to ally themselves with the Horde, with the undead, or with the demon, or with the warlocks. Demon hunters, same situation. We're going to fight the forces of evil by drinking the toxic waste they left behind on their destroyed worlds. And we'll turn ourselves half demon too. Yeah, no. That's a special brand of crazy. So no undead, no warlocks, no demon hunters. And it's really unlikely that you're going to see the void elves or the night elves. Not the night elves. Well, basically they've got another form of magically addicted elves who are even crazier than the blood elves. So no. I went okay with the blood elves because I appreciate the irony of the idea of Sparky, who is a stoner, ending up as basically a quote unquote addicted elf. But the real the real it's supposed to be the reality is that they're more like magical diabetics. They can't. They can't control the balance of magic in their body, and they have to constantly artificially sustain it. The Void Elves, I'm not so sure about. We're talking about creatures that talk to the void and hear voices come back. Ooh. Ooh. I have a character that's a Void Elf in my World of Warcraft account. So call me a hypocrite, but no. I also have a demon hunter, but I got him just so I could level grind. That's his name, level grind. Because I realized, I wanted to play the Volperons, the little fox people, but they are horde, and I didn't have a horde character that was level 120, so I got I at first I started trying to level up an orc from level 1 to level 1, but then I realized, hey, I could do this a lot faster if I start out with a demon hunter, which demon hunters start out at level 110. So, yay! And away I went. And there you have it. If I ever get around, if I live long enough to write the story where they get to Azeroth, it's going to be an interesting can of worms because they're going to look at all the dumb things that both sides are doing at this current moment and go, no, we're going to be over here by ourselves. No, thank you. No, you keep your demon blood drinkers and your demon summoners and your cannibal corpse people, and you just stay over there. We'll be over here, you over there. Yeah. Canonically, oh, just a moment, just a moment. I have to say, I was really not happy. I'm still not happy, really, that the Volperons got stuck in the Horde. Frankly, I think all the races, the players should have the choice whether they join the Horde or the Alliance. But that's just me, because we're supposed to be all progressive and crap these days, and not accepting of the idea of race as being fate. You know what I'm saying? But the Volperons, I have to admit, the way they wrote it so that the Volperons join the Horde, it makes sense. Not happy sense, but it makes sense. The Volperons are a race. They live in a desert region
of one of the continents, Zandalar. They live in the region called Vol'dun, and excuse me, just a minute. Anyway, they live in a desert region called Vol'dun, and one of the other races that lives there is called the Sethrek. They're a race of snake people. The Sethrek are currently undergoing a civil war with a bunch of Sethrek called the Faithless breaking away and basically aligning themselves with the forces of evil and chaos and destruction, etc., etc. And the the Sethrek rebels are known as the Faithless, and the Faithless basically captured and enslaved the Volparen people. And to kick it off, apparently they also been using them as slaves and as food. Real charmers, another cannibal race, because got to go for that, edgy edgelord stuff. Anyway, the Sethrek had them enslaved. The Horde and the Alliance show up in Vol'dun, and the Horde are the first to stumble across this situation. And your character goes through an entire arc where he basically where you basically help rescue the Volparans from the Faithless, and wreck their wreck their day, and then the according to the lore, basically what happens is that the in gratitude the Volparans make a trade agreement with the the Horde. The thing of it is that they don't really have much to trade. What they do is that they offer their service. They're basically hired by the Horde to transport Horde supplies back and forth across the desert in their caravans. Because the Volparans get around in basically gypsy wagons. They're migrant, and the Alliance stumbles across this, and the leadership in charge of the Alliance in Vol'dun goes a little bit too far. They capture the Volparans, throw them in chains, burn their wagons, and even beat and torture some of them, trying to get information out of them about the Horde. And I'm picturing the King Varian back in Stormwind going, "Oh, you frickin' morons!" And of course, your character is part of the team that rides to the rescue and rescues the Volparans. And the Volparans are pissed, and they say the Horde is questionable. They don't know that much about the Horde. They just met them, but they know that the Horde is questionable. But at least the Horde wasn't the one trying to kill them. They weren't. The Horde didn't burn their wagons down. And so basically, the Volparans apply to the Horde to be to become members of the Horde. Now, it's supposed to be that now that Sylvanas has gone totally bug nuts, that the Horde is now being led by the Tauren. Well, basically one of these the High Mountain Tauren, the Moose people. The Moose people chieftain is supposed to be leading them now. Well, Sylvanas runs around, basically trying to bring about yet another apocalypse. But still, it's the sort of thing you could see happening. You know what I'm saying? Hate to say, it's part of the problem that America had in many countries, especially during the Vietnam era. They'd go in and they'd be so ham-fisted that the locals would turn against them. There's a book you can pick up. It's called The Ugly American. It's a fictionalized account of it's set in a fictional Asian country where America is trying to where both the America and the USSR are trying to gain influence and describing the basically lifted from the real from lifted from the pages of from the headlines kind of stuff, detailing how the U.S. diplomatic corps screws up fantastically. It's a book called The Ugly American. Look it up. Ironically, the ugly American of the title is a man who goes to this. He's an outside investigator who goes to this country to see what is working and what isn't working. And he basically becomes a political pariah because he comes in and says, all these things that you're doing, that you're putting millions of dollars into, this is crap. This guy over here, this guy over here, this little missionary over here, this worker over there, those people, they've got it together. What they're doing is actually winning the hearts and minds of people. And he goes back and tells people in Washington this, and they don't want to. People in Washington don't want to hear that, and so it ends with him becoming a political deadweight. So, it's not a happy book, but it gives you an idea of the perspective of the time. And this is the story of the Volparian is basically the Alliance playing, quote, the ugly American in this circumstance. Or actually, the phrase the ugly American basically has come to refer to, ironically, not to the protagonist of the book, but to uh, the basically the ham-fisted, immediately hated American quote-unquote diplomat who goes over and basically offends everybody. It's become a pejorative against American diplomatic efforts. When they talk about an ugly American today, they say they're basically talking about a typical stereotypical American tourist who goes over and basically makes an ass of themselves in another country. The book in question generated a lot of talk during the 1960s about America's role in the Middle East and how we were handling it. Our role in Asia and the Middle East and everywhere else. I think I think what it is that looking at the expansions over the past couple of years, the Mists of Pandaria, the Battle for Azeroth, and the Mists of Pandaria. Uh, I think that the guys working for Blizzard that are designing the games. I think they read their copy of The Ugly American a few too many times, and what it boils down to is that okay, they got in the game World of Warcraft you got the Alliance, which is the humans, the night elves, the dwarves, and the gnomes, and the Worgen, which are the werewolf people. And you have the Horde, which has the orcs, the trolls, the goblins, the undead, and who else? And orcs. I'm forgetting one or two. I know I am. Well, anyway, it's basically it boiled down to this: when the game started here with Warcraft, when the whole game series started with Warcraft, it was humans versus orcs, and the orcs were evil invaders from another realm. There was no bones about it. But as time went by, you had Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, and then they became a World of Warcraft. And the more they expanded the lore, the more they realized they had a problem. You had a lot of people who wanted to play, they wanted more people to play the Horde, but the Horde were the bad guys. You're in the rather awkward position of like it was like arranging a game of Axis and Allies and trying and being in the rather awkward position of trying to recruit people for the Axis. So they started tweaking the lore, trying to make it look like the Horde, that the Alliance and the Horde weren't all that different. Blah blah blah. And of course, it didn't work. Because no matter how you diced it, the Horde were the bad guys. and still are. And it didn't help that they, every new race they added had its own baggage. I mean, they added the Forsaken, the Undead, and they added the Trolls. They tried adding, then they tried adding a few good races, quote unquote, like the Tauren. And all that does is you're sitting there going, why the hell would the Tauren, who revere, the Earth Mother, why would they sign up with the Horde? The Horde are a bunch of, you got the trolls, the orcs, and the goblins, and these guys destroy the Earth wherever they go. There's conquerors, slavers, cannibals, and despoilers of the Earth. Literally, I mean, you look at how the goblins, what they do to any territory they take. And they try to introduce and then they introduce the Pandarans, and it just gets stupider. It's like, the why are the Pandarans signing up for the Horde? Why are the Pandarans signing up for it? It makes no sense. The Horde landed in their little island. They tried to play it off like a Vietnam thing, with the Soviet Union and the United States fighting over control of Vietnam or Korea or something, and it did not work because you run through the character, you run through the gameplay, and the alliance behaves itself, but the Horde shows up and starts wrecking crap, kidnapping their children, and just wrecking their sacred groves, and yet they push it through that the Pandarans blame both the Alliance and the Horde for everything that goes wrong, because apparently they're idiots. This is the first time they've. This is the first time with the Volperans. This is the first time they've gotten the idea. They've gotten it right. First off, they've thrown out they've gotten rid of the leaders of the Horde that are blood crazy, like they've gotten rid of Garrosh Hellscream, and they're getting rid of Sylvanas. And they're putting a Tauren in charge, and the Taurens are supposed to be the most mild of the Horde members. And they create a believable ugly American scenario for the Alliance to go through with the Volperans. I mean, it's actually feasible that an army division of thousands of miles from home in a desert country, in an alien desert country, fighting against an enemy, and suddenly one of the natives in one of the native tribes looks like it's a lot allying with the enemy, and so the leadership under a lot of the localized leadership under a lot of pressure goes too far, alienating them for good. That's believable. Okay, just double checking my microphone. Let's see how many people we got in here. We got 5 people. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six if you count Eli and T-Mug twice. Okay, the five of you. Okay, we got Benchikar, Eli and T-Mug, and who else? Sound out.
Sound out, 1, 2. Sound out, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound off.
This is me waiting for you to say something. Boom, chaka boom, chaka laka laka, boom, chaka boom, chaka laka laka. I'm eating my way through a bag of chocolate chips. Is there anybody out there? Anyone feels the same? Anybody feels the pain? Hi. I can hear you. I know you're out there. I can hear you breathing. Dun 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 dun. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. I'm gonna turn that on. What do I think of the necromancer idea before? Okay, look, if you're gonna go with a genuine necromancer, okay, unless you specify. No, when you write a character that's a necromancer, basically you're going to have to go one of two ways. One, they're actually yanking souls back from the afterlife, which is going to give you a whole bunch of problematic spiritual and religious and metaphysical questions to answer in your story that you're not going to be able to answer in any satisfactory way. And you probably more than likely are going to upset or even offend some people. Or you go with the idea that Dr. Frankenstein, he's not bringing back the dead, he's just reanimating a dead body. In which case, what you're going with is that the idea that Izuku somehow resurrects Bakugo, and Bakugo is now his undead minion. That goes out the window too. So, messing around with the whole undead concept in the first place is just okay. First of all, it, kind of creeps me out, but it's creepy. But NOUKF, NUKF. Good to see you, man. Well, talking about a little bit about this, a little bit about this, a little bit about that. Oh, here. Well, fully on it. I was going to quit, but since somebody came in. Since somebody came in, we're going to keep going. Okay, finally doing a nip and tuck strip. Finally doing a strip. Period. Okay. I'm trying to resist the temptation to start talking about vegans again. I am so obsessed with it. It's really bad. I just I don't know. I just can't seem to let it go. I've had my say on the matter, but the fact I'm trying to tell myself, okay, self, you've had your say on the matter. Let it go. And myself and my inner self is going, but there are still vegans out there. And that aggravates me. Well, I can't help it. It's look, I love meat. Okay, I love meat. Okay, I found out about the whole Atkins low carb diet, and I found out you can eat all the meat you want. I'm like, yes, but meat was hard to come by when I was young. Uh, I mean, we had to go. We had to do the soy burger thing for a while too, because back when we were doing it, it was still actually cheap. My parents would buy, we would, they'd buy hamburger and an equal amount of soy, whatever, and mix it together to make the meat stretch. And and usually we had it in spaghetti. A little bit of meat in the sauce, soy and meat in the sauce, and meat was always expensive, and it was the best thing on the plate. And having listening to people try and make me feel morally bad for eating good food. People, I have enough trouble with people, making me feel bad about things I ought to feel bad about. But these bastards come out of nowhere and start telling me that eating the meat that God put on my plate is evil and cruel and wicked, and and that I'm cruel to animals, and that I hate Mother Nature and everything else because I eat a hamburger. And don't kid yourselves. Even if well, I don't make a big deal out of it. How do you know a vegan's in the room? They'll tell you. Just the fact you say you're a vegan. If you say you're a vegan, you're making it clear. You can say I don't eat meat. I can't eat meat. And people can assume, oh, it's a dietary thing, or it's a, they're on a special diet, or they have a health thing, or, they could be any one of the things. But you go out of your way, you say, I'm a vegan. You're basically declaring that you are a member of an artificial religion that tries to make you feel morally superior to everybody else around you, based on the most superfluous and superficial thing possible: what you stuff into your stupid open gob. and not in a way that, oh, I ate my veggies. I'm being good to me. I didn't eat meat. I'm enlightened and anointed and much better than you, of course. And it's all a lie, and it's all a lie, and it's all hypocrisy. And it requires willful, stubborn, determined, sustained ignorance to believe that veganism is anything but a pretension. It does. Uh, I'm sorry. The thing that sets me off is that there's one comedian of all things. He talks about, in his routine. His name's Randy Feltface. He does his routine with a puppet. Uh, Google him, YouTube him. But he's hysterically funny, but foul mouthed too. But tragically, he's also foul mouthed, and he's uh, card carrying, flag waving vegan. And when he starts talking about it, you going, that's not you're sitting there listening to him. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true either. Shut up, and you want to reach to the screen and strangle the stupid little purple puppet. Okay, he comes out there, and the first thing he says, yeah, I'm a vegan. He says, yeah, I'm a vegan. When that comes up to that part of the skit, and he says, I became a vegan for reasons of compassion and environmentalism, and I'm sitting here. I hate to break it to him, but veganism is neither environmentalist nor compassionate. I'm sorry, and you don't need to be, the science is out there, and I can sit down there and go over all the data points with you like, but you don't need them because all you need is a functioning brain. Okay, a vegan wants a gallon of milk. A vegan wants a gallon of milk, but I thought we didn't need milk. Funny how you still desperately want it. And they want a fake burger, and they want some fake milk. And what does that take? It takes a plantation. They want, if I want a hamburger and a glass of milk, what does that take for me? It takes a cow. Okay, and a bucket and a stool if you want to get picky. But all it takes is a cow. They want a gallon of milk. They want a gallon of their soy milk or their almond milk, and they want one of their nice big juicy soy burgers, or one of their chickpea patties. What does it take? It takes a plant. It takes a plantation and a factory. Okay, but cows, grazing cattle, it uses up so much land and it uses up so much water. What do you think chickpeas grow on? Gatorade? I can tell you straight up, almonds, are the worst. It takes, I believe the estimate is it takes a gallon and a half of water to grow a single almond. And you know how many almonds it takes to make a gallon of pretentious snowflake milk? What a tosser. And secondly, it's not compassionate because, hey, I hate to break it to you, The farmer who's growing all those giant field of chickpeas and soybeans and all those other yummy vegan foods that you eat. Ooh, eggplants, snot covered rubber tire. Those farmers, they have to go out there every day. And every year, annually, they kill dozens or even hundreds of animals. And we're not just talking bugs here. We're talking, we're not even talking like mice. We're talking things like birds. We're talking things like rabbits. We're talking things like deer. I think the estimate was for a bag of rice flour. They love the rice flour too. For a bag of rice flour, it costs like a half dozen, the lives of a half dozen higher vertebrates. So no, it's not compassionate either. It doesn't do anything for the environment. It doesn't do anything for the animals. It doesn't do anything for your nutrition either. Because they found out things. You know what an anti-nutrient is? This is a lovely new thing they didn't tell us about in health class. Uh, Apparently, some foods have chemicals in them that leach nutrition out of you if you eat them. Soybeans, in particular. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Surprise! So no. And to not know these things requires deliberately running around with your fingers stuffed in your ears. You can't tell me for a minute that this schmuck with his purple puppet and his stage routine hasn't run into dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people who come on. You're a vegan? Come on. Oh, he's also a Buddhist. He decided to become a Buddhist, because he looked at Christianity and went, ugh, and you know, because he was so offended that the church he went to had leaflets on uh, getting out of the homosexual lifestyle. That's the way I am. It's the way I'm made. It's the way I feel. It's okay. Hold on. Let's back the truck up here. Here's a point to bring up. Now, here's something to consider. The defense homosexual people in the homosexual lifestyle bring up for their lifestyle is, you can't change me. You can't change me. This is my natural. This is the way I am. It's all natural. No, it's not. Hate to break it to you, but no, your bodies were not designed to work that way together. Okay, but putting that aside, let's pretend that you were made that way. Let's say pretend that you were born that way. I submit to you that alcoholics are born that way too. Oh, they found out that there's evidence. This is solid scientific evidence, not anything that they've jacked up. Alcoholism addiction is a genetic trait. There are several genetic traits that give people a predilection for addiction, because it means that their brain chemistry is subtly different, and the way that the brain takes up endorphins and other, serotonin and endorphins and other things, is subtly different from most people. And consuming alcohol or other drugs, but usually it's, for in most cases it's alcohol, and basically their brain takes it up faster, takes it up quote unquote better, and for them getting soused feels better than it does for normal people, and it makes it much harder for them to fight against, to give it up. There are some people, a lot of people can set the beer down and never touch it again, not really care. But there are other people this condition, basically, alcoholism does have a genetic attribute to it. People are born that way. Alcoholics, if you become an alcoholic, you're an alcoholic for life. Even if you get on the wagon and never touch another beer again, you're an alcoholic. You're just an alcoholic who doesn't drink anymore. As anybody on Alcoholics Anonymous can tell you. Anybody who's gone through these 12-step program can tell you. And they point out, here's the point. Even though for them, that alcoholism is naturally the way they are, don't we still hold them accountable for their behavior? We still expect them to exercise temperance or even abstinence if necessary, for the sake of themselves and those around them. We are all beset naturally by desires that would be bad for us to indulge. I have sometimes I have the irrepressible urge to grab a tire iron, march down the street, and start thinning down the herd. I'm a tire ironaholic. I sexually identify with my tire iron. I hate to break it to you, but that's a perfectly natural urge. Wrath is a perfectly natural urge. So is sloth, gluttony, pride, envy, greed. All the sins that beset man so easily. But wisdom teaches us that indulging those desires wherever they may go is a shortcut to personal catastrophe and into harming ourselves and others. No matter how much, you have a sexual desire for those of your own gender. If reason dictates to us that this behavior is harmful, and reason does dictate that, we have determined a hundred different ways that the homosexual lifestyle is damaging to the mind, the body, and the heart. Then we are obligated, regardless of your natural urges and impulses, quote unquote, you are morally, ethically obligated to refrain. I can't help it. I didn't choose it. Let me put it this way. I hate that phrase. I don't choose this. Did you choose what clothes you put on when you went out on that gay pride march? You chose those assless chaps. You made a choice. You got up this morning. I'm going to go out there with my butt hanging out for the entire world to see. Yes, you made a choice. And let's put it more personally. Let's put it more absolutely. Do you choose who you are going to have sex with? Do you choose whether or not you're going to have sex and who you're going to have sex with? Or do you wake up one morning and your crotch drags you down the street? Oh, it looks like it's time again. You are not a houseplant. You do not randomly pollinate, and spray pollen in the air like a dyspeptic pine tree. You're not an animal. You do not simply climb up and mount whatever is available. You make a choice. You walk into the bar or into the club or into the party, and you look at somebody and you go, I'm going to have sex with that person. You made a choice. So yes, your lifestyle is a choice. Every time I get up in the morning, I choose not to sit down and do the work I'm supposed to do. I've made a choice. Every time I get up and start doing something that I'm supposed to do, every time I don't clean the house or don't do this, don't do that, I made a choice. Regardless of the excuses and impulses and issues I may have. Whenever you engage in sex, whenever you pursue another person sexually, you've made a choice. The world is full of, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people who made a choice not to engage in that lifestyle. They go out and they get help. Sometimes they get psychiatric help. Sometimes they just simply refrain from it. They go out. Many of them get, there are people out there who used to be sworn up and down homosexuals. I've seen several cases. One of them was one of the couple was a homosexual man. One was a lesbian. They got together, got married. They turned their lives around. They accepted Christ first of all. They turned to Jesus and turned to Him for help, and then they turned their lives around and they said no. They went out and they met each other. They got married and they had kids. They have a family. I love how they talk about these. Every now and then they'll find a person who testifies, that they turned their life around, and they'll catch them at a gay bar or something. Oh, imagine that. And they gloat over it, the triumphalism of it. They hold the guy up like a trophy to their lifestyle, because the guy had, or the woman was weak and succumbed to temptation. They would never dream of doing this to an alcoholic who folded and went in and had a gin on the rocks. I don't even know if that's a drink, but you get my point. We all are tempted by sin. We all succumb from time to time. We all have to turn to Christ for forgiveness. We all have to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and try again the next day to try and go a little further. That's not hypocrisy, that's humanity. I've got my own guilts and my own sins that I constantly fight and fail against. I have to drag myself up by my ears and try again, sometimes over and over and over in a single day. And I will admit it's not just religious people that make that transition. It's not just Christians in particular that make that transition. There are people out there of every belief, every faith, and every outlook on life, lost and saved, who have who chose the straight life over the bent one. So don't tell me that you have no choice. Don't tell me that you can't help yourself. If you can't help yourself, you go find somebody else that can. We've buried too many people already. That decided their lifestyle was more important than their life. Got some pictures in here that I gotta delete. Every day I've tempted myself with them. Those need to go. Yeah, this AVG antivirus free. It's a There we go. Supposedly got this feature that shreds files. I don't know. I've managed to retrieve them. I've managed to retrieve files I thought I had destroyed forever. Yesterday upon a stair. Yesterday upon the stair. Yeah. I liked that story, yes. Uh, like I said, I'm just saying that when if you're going to do a story about ghosts, the dead, the afterlife, you're going to have to deal with a lot of questions and a lot of issues and a lot of hang-ups, and a lot of readers are going to be are going to have issues about it. For those of you, how many of you, I'm sure all of you by now have heard of Viv Z Pop's two pilot episodes. She and her friends put together two different pilot episodes for two different shows, set in the same universe. One of them is called Has Been Hotel, and the other one is called Hell of a Boss. Has Been Hotel, the basic idea is basically the protagonist is named Charlie. She is the daughter of I forget whether it's supposed to be Beelzebub or Lucifer. Not Satan precisely, but a very Catholic interpretation of most Protestants believe that Beelzebub, Lucifer, Satan, they're all the same guy, so to speak. But there are certain Catholics, certain Catholic teachings or similar teachings that Beelzebub and Lucifer and so on and so forth are actually different demons in the hierarchy of hell. Anyway, that's a side point. Charlie, who is basically the daughter of the ruler of hell, she's basically a Disney princess who's really displaced. And she is supposed to, and she, the idea is that hell is overpopulated. It's chock a block with sinners who have been sent to hell, plus with sinners who become demons, and the demons have children of their own, and hell is overpopulated. So every year, angels apparently come down once a year and slaughter everybody they can catch in hell to deal with the overpopulation problem. And Charlie wants to change that. She makes a place called Has Been Hotel. She calls it the Happy Hotel, and her idea is that it's a place to reform sinners so that they can eventually be reformed and go up to be in heaven. Uh, you know, the theologians of pretty much every Protestant and Catholic denomination on earth just keeled over, foaming at the mouth and bleeding from the ears. Uh, anyway, she also Vivzy Pop also made another cartoon called Hell of a Boss. The idea is that there's this. It's set in the same universe, and the idea is that there is this company run by imps called the Immediate Murder Professionals, and they have a stolen magic book that lets them open a portal to the living world, and they hire themselves out uh, to murder people. They hire themselves out to other people in hell to go up to the living world and kill people, in revenge. And the only thing is that they are run like the world's most incompetent company ever. Picture Dilbert with more profanity. Anyway, yes, I've seen both pilots. A lot of it is basically written. A lot of both uh, pilots are written. The idea of being offensive for the sake of being offensive. There's no two ways around it. But also, I look at that and you listen to this, you listen to the episode, and you get the premise, and the first thing that pops into your head is that only raises more questions. Rather than giving you a synopsis, Vivzy Pop's, the synopsis of the series she wants to do, she's basically giving you a big old slice of Swiss cheese that's more holes than cheese. Even the characters are addressing the holes in the plot in the course of the Has Been Hotel episode. They point out that one of the characters points out, one of the characters is screaming, "Oh, I want to kill him," and the other character is going, "Tough luck, I'm already dead." And then he goes on, "Wait, if you kill me, if I get killed twice, does that make me double dead? Do I go to double hell?" And then they laugh it off and no answer given. Even though Charlie, the princess of hell, is sitting right there and could say something, but and they have another point where the one of the antagonist characters asks Charlie, you know, why? What makes you think that any denizen of hell would give two craps about being a better person? You don't even have any proof that this little experiment of yours works. No proof that no proof that you can actually reform a lost soul, or that the lost soul can get to heaven. So why, why, what possible reason would we have for being good? Just because? No answer. And and it goes on and on and on, and you're like, the plot, and what's more is that they portray hell as basically being a really, really, really crappy district of Detroit, I guess. It's awful, but it's only awful because of the other people in it. There's no actual people being tormented or punished or anything else. Everybody talks about it, but you don't see it anywhere. And it just looks like a really awful place to live, but not, quite frankly, not nearly as awful as some places on Earth are. And then you go over to the other pilot, Hell of a Boss. Okay, great. You've got a business where lost souls in hell pay you money to go back to Earth and take revenge on people they left behind, and kill them. Except what happens? If you kill somebody who's a bad person, they go to hell. And so, congratulations, now you're stuck with them as your neighbor. Or if they're a good person, great, you're sending them to heaven. So much for your revenge. How do you close this plot hole? No plot hole close. Nobody seems to know. And let's put it. Her cosmology is insufficient. Vivzy Pop's world, is poorly envisioned. And she, the opening pilot of a show is supposed to be where you get all the major points and explanations sorted out so that you can proceed with the story. But this one, it makes, it raises more questions than it answers. In fact, it raises all sorts of questions and answers none of them. Several readers have pointed out, several viewers pointed out, great, hell's overpopulated. What's to say heaven isn't overpopulated too? No, I'm not on another chat. This is the only chat I'm on. Yesterday upon the stair, there is a fan fiction, a My Hero Academia fan fiction, where Izuku, it turns out he does have a quirk. He sees dead people. He can talk to ghosts. Spirits that have lingered in this world. In fact, he has one little ghost girl that follows him around and basically considers herself his big sister. Because the first time she saw him, he was like 5 years old. He's grown up. She hasn't. But she's basically a proxy, an Urset's version of Irma. If you've ever read the webcomic Irma, go out and look it up. Irma is basically the story of Irma is it's a comic strip about where the girl in the ghost in the ring who comes out of the TV set. She falls in love with a human guy. Apparently she crawled out of the TV set and he didn't freak out. She marries him, and they have a little girl named Irma. And it's all about Irma's adventures. She goes to school and all her little friends at school, and she gets a crush on a guy, and it's really cute. It's got a lot of a good bit of morbid humor, but it's also adorably cute. Yesterday upon the stair is yeah, I know the poem. Yesterday upon the stair, I met a man who wasn't there, etc., etc., etc. But yesterday upon the stair is the name of a My Hero Academia fan fiction, where basically Izuku grows up and he has the power to speak to ghosts. He's basically the kid from the Sixth Sense. And I had to admit, I rather like the story. In fact, I especially like the part where it got to the part where, uh, if you've seen My Hero Academia up to the anime up to this point, where they rescue Eri, the little girl with the horn who can turn back time on people. Uh, the story changes dramatically at that point because he refuses. Instead of in the original canon story, they let the little girl go. They're out. He and Lemillion are out. Patrolling for the first time with his job, uh, and a little girl comes running out, and she is terrified. She is crying. She is covered in bandages. Her arms and legs are covered in bandages. She's wearing a hospital gown, and this villain comes after her, and the villain tries to pass it off. Oh, she's my daughter. In the original comic and in the original anime, uh, Lemillion and Izuku. Lemillion convinces Izuku to pretend that to go along with this, to pretend, we're sorry, sir. Here's your daughter back, because this guy is like a major villain heavyweight in the underworld. He's a member of the Yakuza, and he has a monstrously powerful quirk, and he's incredibly dangerous. And also and Lemillion has been instructed by their sponsor, uh, the future telling guy. What's his name? But he's been instructed by his boss to not confront the guy under any circumstances. Well, in the fan fiction, Yesterday Upon the Stair, Izuku says, "Screw that," picks up the girl and runs. And they're in luck this time because in this version it's not the head honcho villain. He doesn't catch them, but they're back at their own bosses. At the hero office, and they're being chewed out. I told you not to do this, and this is going to create all sorts of legal troubles because we have to prove that blah 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 blah. And Izuku just loses his shit on the guy. Absolutely loses his shit on the guy. He says he's not going to fall for that bullshit because he's revealed that, hey, guess what? I can see dead people. And ghosts are always coming up to him. Ever since he was a little boy, ghosts have been coming up to him, begging him to help them settle, their final business before they go on to the afterlife. And he says and the boss hero is going. He said he was, he said it was his daughter. It's his word against yours, and Izuku just lets him have it with both barrels. Do you know how many little dead children I've seen? That's how that it went just that way. He says, the little kid comes out running for help, and I've heard this story over and over again from dead kids that they went and tried and begged for help, but the grown up that had kidnapped them would go, "Oh, I'm their uncle, I'm their parent, I'm their father, I'm their mother," and drag the child off, and that would be the last time they were ever seen alive. And Izuku would have to go help the ghost find their body. And Izuku has seen little dead kids in ditches all over Japan. And he's I'll be damned before I let another little girl end up in a ditch. And an epic shut up moron moment. And Izuku ends up basically taking Eri under his wing, taking her into his home and into the dormitories. And they and the way the other kids just wrap themselves around this little girl to protect it. It's an adorable read. It's just whoopee moments left and right. But I haven't seen anybody else chatting in there either. But according to the counter, there's 6 people in channel. If you are listening, please type your name in the live chat window now, please. Amiga Dragon has typed his own. That's Noukf. Noukf. Making noof. Plunk, dip, plunk, dip, plunk, dip, plunk, dip, plunkety, plunkety, plunk. T-Mug! I gotta ask, you call yourself T-Mug because you have a mug of tea? It wouldn't be the silliest thing I've ever heard. You call yourself T-Mug because you have tea in a mug? Well, Naziro. Now tell me how I'm supposed to pronounce that, Amiga Dragon. Naziro Ukafafa. There's Nerfuf. A story Tim Conway told about the Siamese elephants. Yeah, he said he went to the circus. He saw these Siamese elephants. They were joined at the trunk, at the end, and one of them would have to, whenever they had the elephant parade, one of them would have to march backwards, and they couldn't go like regular elephants. They couldn't go. They could only go sort of like north. One of them would sneeze, and the other one's eyes would get real big. You're a Mega Dragon. Deal with it. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs with their Kerflenderfleur. If you get that reference, congratulations, you watched an obscure movie. I was surprised. The sequel to Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs was actually quite good. It had a lot of awful puns, but it was still good. It was funny and fun to watch. There's a Flendefleur. When I was a kid, I read the original picture book, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. It was very different from the movie. Trust me, it didn't. There was no plot. It was just very, very, very different. But it was a brilliant movie adaptation. And I get hungry every time I think of that movie. I get so hungry. Spaghetti and meatballs, great big juicy hamburgers. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs too. Yeah, I'm saying that the second one was even better than the first. It was good. I liked them both. I really wish that they'd had the guy figure out. I think by the second movie he'd finally gotten those horrible shoes off. You remember when when the movie starts out, he invents spray on shoes, but the problem was he couldn't get them off, and it shows him he grows up into a full grown man. He's still wearing the same shoes, and I'm like, I have experience with like foot problems, and I'm picturing just what horrible kind of rotting disease would be going on under the surface of that. I'm like, ah! Fortunately, he was wearing regular shoes by the next movie, I think. I really hope so, because I'm just bleh. Uh, there's a leak in the boat. Ah! And let's see here. Boot Boy 47. Boot Boy 47. Boot Boy 47. Welcome aboard, Boot Boy. Boot Boy. What brings you by? Have I seen Raging Bull? Have I seen Raging Bull? No. I like it at the end of the first movie, though. At the end of the first movie, the trailers showed the town turning around, and the protagonist he's using the spray-on shoe stuff as roof sealant. I'm like, that's brilliant. And but then by the second movie, he was back to being a unsuccessful inventor again, which was kind of sad. Okay, Boot Boy and God Repent Sins. Pardon. Oh, that was nasty. Oh. So, what brings you by? I'm going to guess that you came. Did you come here from Sufficient Velocity or Space Battles? Either forum? Or even from Archive of Our Own. I don't know. I didn't put a notice on Archive of Our Own. Pah. Let the heathens figure it out for themselves. Actually, they don't have a way to put a notice on anywhere that anybody can see it. Not really. But, okay. What's my favorite anime? Currently, My Hero Academia. If I ever sit down and watch Dr. Stone, I'm probably going to be addicted to that one too, though. From what I've read, it looks this looks good. This looks interesting, fascinating. A very promote science to kids kind of TV show, anime, and I'm like, it looks interesting, huh? Let's see, which ones have I've watched a few episodes of what's that one about the loser? It's an isekai. The guy's a loser who ends up in a fantasy world, and he gets stuck with a pyromaniac fire wizard, a knight with masochistic tendencies, and a junior grade goddess who can't do diddly squat. I saw a few episodes of that. It was kind of grim. Just didn't have that perk to it that I like so much. I don't know. But like I said, I'm a My Hero Academia nut. I'm an academia nut. Ha ha. Currently, I've certainly got enough fan fictions. Oh, I've seen bits of B stars. Yeah, the rabbit's a slut. I've seen bits and pieces of it. Yeah. Browsing through YouTube. Ooh, naked bunny rabbit. Oh, what is this? What is? Yeah, I won't lie. Everybody in that show got issues. Beastars is basically Zootopia with the breaks off and missing a good few chunks of common sense. Konosuba, that's the one. Yeah, where they went out. I remember when they went out and tried to battle those frogs, and he kept having to rescue them from being eaten. Uh, the problem, okay. Here's some. I've talked about this on Zootopia, but it also applies to Beastars. Now, I've talked about this. Um, Zootopia. Their entire world is divided up into prey and predators. And the interesting thing is that most people are looking at the surface, and they're going, well, yeah, but this makes, okay, they're trying to do a racist thing about prejudice, but this makes sense, prey and predators, and that divides. No, it's not. They're making the same mistake that the characters in the movie Zootopia are making. First of all, the natural world is not divided into just prey and predators. First of all, you have many predators which are also prey to other animals. Foxes, in fact, in particular, are very low tier predators. They own mice, voles, rabbits, but they are also pursued by other larger predators. You take an omnivore like a raccoon. Where does that guy fall in Zootopia? Is he considered prey or predator? And you look at all the animals. They had that big poster of that scene with all the pictures of all the animals that were missing, and they're all predators. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. First of all, you got a polar bear up here. Now, a polar bear is almost entirely carnivorous because of where it lives. There's not too much vegetation growing up there. But a regular brown bear, they eat as much roots and berries as they do fish or meat. And down here, you got this little bitty otter. You know, and you're accepting the idea that the little bitty otter turned into a savage killer predator. But the thing of it is that where are these instincts coming from? Where are these killer predator instincts coming from? An otter is about is only a savage predator to a mollusk. And so on and so forth. And the point keeps coming up that the characters are divided up by stereotypes that do not apply. They're not realistic. Everybody. The one scene at the nudist colony where they go, let's go talk to the elephant. She has. I wish I had perfect memory like an elephant, and she can't remember anything, but he's the one that remembers. The yak's the one that remembers all the details. And so on and so forth. And then they find out that the condition, they're not going savage. Any zoologist, any person who had watched Wild Kingdom could tell him, this is, the way these animals were being portrayed as going savage, not natural. If they were going feral, they would not be behaving that way. Otters in particular, predators, especially mid-tier ones, mid and low-tier ones like otters and foxes. They don't just randomly savagely attack everything. That's what animals with rabies do. Predators generally are far more conservative. They avoid confrontation wherever they can, because basically because they know what happens and how much damage they can do or can be done to them. If a predator, in most circumstances in nature, the most dangerous animals are generally herbivores. The deadliest large animal in Africa is the hippo. The hippo kills more human beings than any other animal, more than the crocodiles, more than the lions. I think largely because they keep taking people by surprise. Nobody expects that big round animal to swim so fast or to be able to get out of the water and trot after them at such high speed. Hippos are nothing to jerk around with. And all the animals in the police department in Zootopia, the police chief, he is a water bison, a water buffalo. He's again one of the most ruthless animals out there. A water buffalo, a bison. If they are injured, they will track down. They've been known to track down the hunter that injured them, over days, just to stomp them in the mud. So, the real point is that all these basically all the divisions they were making in their society between the different species were not based on actual, they weren't based on reality. They weren't based on facts. They weren't based on science. They were based on culturally created prejudices. Yeah, I hate those comics where prey and predator activity still carries on in a civilized society. That, okay, would not happen. It couldn't. You could not have a predator prey society and have a civilization. You might be able to have something, some sort of barbaric tribal culture, but you wouldn't be having nations and cities and communities and neighborhoods. You wouldn't. No, it just suspension of disbelief just blew out. Boom, gone. The springs blew out. This is the shock absorbers just exploded. Gone. Doesn't work. That would be a much more challenging story to write, I think. Write about a world where predation takes place, but they're in two separate civilizations. And again, that creates all sorts of problems because you have multiple species that don't fit, are neither fish nor fowl, so to speak. Is a small, low tier predator going to live in the predator community, where he could be eaten, or is he going to live in the prey community, where he'd be treated like an outcast, at best? Or is there going to be a third or fourth, a third or fourth society living away from the first two? Yeah. Again, this is a thing. Predator and prey is not a scientific division. It's a childlike, a childish interpretation of nature. There are herbivores and prey, so-called prey animals that are far more dangerous than any predator. There are prey animals. There are predators who are also prey to other animals. Uh, there are creatures that are omnivores. There are creatures that are insectivores. There are creatures that are fructivores. They you have I'm looking for a particular term and I can't quite think of it. And there are herbivores who have been known. There are herbivores, obligate or herbivores who have been known to eat meat. There are meat eaters that can and will eat vegetables, fruits and vegetables in a desperate pinch. Uh, so it doesn't mesh. Any society that started out with that tried to have actual predation going on would last as long as it took the would last as long as it took the carnivores to find the ketchup and the herbivores to find the ammo. Civilization is a devastating equalizer. Even in Zootopia, they had that scene where they were running through the Natural History Museum. They showed several, uh, what do you call them? Dioramas, displays showing uh, prey animals wielding spears. The moment that they were intelligent enough to make tools and weapons, they stopped being prey by default. You see, if that's the thing of it. Prey animals tend to be far more ruthless in nature than predators do. You see, if a predator loses, if a predator goes after a prey animal and the prey animal gets away, all the if he loses the chase or whatever, he's out a meal and he has to go hunting again. If the prey animal loses the chase, he loses his life. So he's not going to hold back if he gets into a fight for his life. Furthermore, a predator animal is not going to use it's not going to jump into a fight recklessly, because if a predator gets injured too badly to hunt, it dies. Uh, there are some animals, a cheetah, for instance. I forget where it was read. Cheetah, if it goes more than two, those super speed sprints look cool, but if a cheetah does more than two of them between meals, he dies because he won't be able to chase down his food. So the cheetah's got to be pretty frickin' conservative about how it uses its speed and killing power. Uh, it's just how it goes. And once you get up in, once you get in a tier where they start making tools, where the prey animals start making tools, and maybe it's time to start going into a fish diet. You know what I'm saying? it also gets me in these worlds. They have all the animals capable of speech. They're all intelligent. They're all capable of using tools and weapons. So what happened to the ecosystem? The planet's ecosystem would the circle of life, the cycle of nature itself would crash. There in a world full of talking animals, there have to be some non-talking ones just to keep the wheel of life turning. That's why I'll give them props that for Zootopia, it's implied they repeatedly say mammals. You don't see any birds or reptiles or fish in Zootopia, talking or participating in their civilization. So, you have to assume that it's only the mammals that are capable of talking, that are intelligent. So I'll give them that. Okay, it is nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. So I think it's about time for me to call it a night. This has been fun, but I think I really need to stop. So I will see you all later. I'll probably see you tomorrow, or well, today, or next night, something like that. I'll try and do it about the same time, same time, same channel. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for your donations and your pledges and all that other stuff, your commissions and your support. Because the stuff you toss in the hat is what keeps me alive. So I will catch you later. Thank you and have a nice night. All right? Bye bye. God bless.